Hello, beautiful people. If you're new here, my name is Amanda Zitto. I am on a mission to visit every state in the lower 48 before I go visit Alaska. We have 19 states to go, but first we have to cross Montana. So this is day one of my solo motorcycle trip across the U.S. I left the Bitterroot Valley on a cold, rainy day at the end of September. The bulk of this trip would be done in October, so I prepared for cold and wet weather, and I was not disappointed. On this trip, I'll be riding the 2022 Honda Africa Twin Adventure Sports ES DCT that Honda is letting me borrow, kitted with SW Motec engine guards and luggage racks, and brand new Wolfman Luggage Threadworks bags. I have 2 rollies on the engine guards that hold my tools, first aid kit, and additional kit for emergencies, custom saddlebags for my clothes, kitchen kit, and bottle holsters on each side, 2 duffel bags that hold my camping gear and electronics and drone, and a Pelican case for my laptop. I have a Moto jug mounted to the passenger peg for my hydration system, hippo hands to protect my hands from the elements, and new for this trip are my new Denali D3 driving lights and the D2 light pods. Have I been thinking about the fact that I chose to do this when I knew it was going to be cold? Yes, I have been thinking about it. Do I care? Not right now. It has to be another couple days.
It's moments like this that I'm glad my sister did not ask me to go on this trip with her.
For right now, I'm going to be grateful for heated gear and lovely rain suits that are also wind blockers, and get on down the road. Welcome to home for the night. Okay, baby tour of the KOA cabin. Here's a desk, there's power, there's a little heater that I asked for, so they were very kind to leave that for me because it's currently in the low 50s, gonna get much colder tonight. Here is my bed, all of my stuff, and then there's bunk beds here, and behind the door is the coat rack and the door. That's it. All right, dinner is done. Everything is cleaned up. We're back in the cabin now. Not gonna lie, I looked up the temperature forecast for tonight because I was gonna camp outside of Bozeman, and then found out that it's predicted to go down to like 34 where I was gonna camp, and I knew that I was gonna be cold on this trip. I went in fully 100% knowing that it's gonna be cold on this trip. I wasn't prepared for it to be 34 out the gate at night. So the low 50s was like a good entry level temperature today, and I decided to treat myself to the luxuriousness of a KOA cabin. I will admit that in the past I have seen like the very expensive price tag for tent camping at KOAs and kind of written them off as too expensive. I will be very humble and admit to you guys that I have only very recently discovered how much more affordable KOA camping cabins can be over a cheap hotel. For example, this cabin was like, I think $78 with tax, and the cheapest hotel near me right now is $130 with tax. I will be staying at a lot of KOAs on this trip, partially because of that affordability, and I'm going to New England, and a lot of lodging in New England is very expensive. That ramblingness out of the way, the other thing that's kind of different for this trip is that almost every single night on this trip has been reserved in advance. Is this gonna kick me in the butt later? Maybe. However, me visiting New England in October, which is peak season, it is their peak tourist season, and I didn't want to get stuck in a situation like I was in Texas last year, going through the Gulf during Texas spring break and not being able to find anything, or paying way more money for a hotel room than I wanted to. The nature of visiting an area during peak visitor season, you kind of have to make reservations to be able to pay a reasonable price that isn't outrageous. I've tried to keep all of my days between 250 to 270 miles. There's a couple of 300-mile days in there. I couldn't help it. But hopefully that will make it manageable, and I won't be going crazy trying to make it to my predetermined destinations every single day. Fingers crossed. And I think that I'm finally going to go to bed now. Good morning, beautiful people. We are up, we are packed, and we're headed to Miles City. Stopped and got some groceries. Back on the road. Welcome to home for the night. Well, beautiful people, we have made it to the Miles City KOA. I have made dinner. It is delicious. I haven't set up my tent yet. Gonna probably do that in the dark. But I'm very happy, and I've eaten before it was dark. Tomato orzo pasta is just like my favorite. If I could make this every day and eat it every day, I absolutely would. But it's kind of counterintuitive to making a cookbook. To eat the same thing every day when there are still recipes that need to be photographed. Okay, that was good. Gonna go find a bathroom, and then I'm gonna set up my tent in the dark. I'll have to show you my tent in the morning. So I have my usual wonderful Dura AR sleeping pad from Xped. I have the Winterlight sleeping bag for this trip, and I have the brand new Xped Mira 2 tent. And let me tell you, getting used to a different tent is a whole thing because I had the other one for like 3 or 4 years. It's like moving into a new home, you guys. It's crazy. But I'll have to show that to you in the morning. While it feels really weird to get used to a new tent because I was essentially part-time living in my old big Agnes for like 4 years, I will say that I think that the Exped Mirror 2 has a bigger floor space. It feels like there is more space between the edge of my sleeping pad and the door. I normally have a little bit of a gap there. I like to call it my foot room. And it's where I also store a lot of my stuff while I'm in my tent. And normally if I would have the Pelican case in the tent with me in my big Agnes, the Pelican case would be touching the wall of the tent and my sleeping pad. And in here, I have like a good 4 or 5 inches between the Pelican case and my sleeping pad. So definitely feels a lot roomier and I'm enjoying it. I also got this additional little gear loft, which is extra. And so that way I can keep my glasses off of the tent floor so that they don't get scrunched. That's nice. I do have 2 built-in pockets at the head of the tent. Other than that, everything else is set up pretty much the same as I normally have it in my tent. My tank bed goes near the head of the bed. I also got my big giant battery bank over here, and that really acts as like my nightstand. Charges everything during the night. My helmet is at the foot of my sleeping pad. My riding gear gets put at the foot of the bed, and then my clothes on top of my riding gear. And I've got the Pelican case for my laptop, and then the Thule case with all of my charging cords and chargers in it. And that has been your little tour of my tent this morning. It is day 3 of my solo cross-country trip to visit all of the states in the lower 48. I'm going to be crossing a state off of my list today. We're headed to North Dakota. Never been there before. But first I have to get all the stuff back on my bike. Goodbye, Miles City KOA. You were lovely.
When people see this dramatic landscape of spires, canyons, and layered rock formations, their first thought is normally Badlands National Park in South Dakota. However, the truth is you find pockets of the Badlands far beyond the park's boundaries. Millions of years ago, they were once covered by a shallow inland sea and crisscrossed rivers.
Hello, North Dakota! 30 states down.
Nestled in the rugged Badlands of North Dakota, Theodore Roosevelt National Park holds the unique distinction of being the only national park named after a single person. In 1883, a young Roosevelt arrived here seeking adventure. The wide open spaces and abundant wildlife left an indelible mark, shaping his future as a conservation president. The park isn't one giant area, but rather 3 separate sections showcasing different landscapes. The South Unit is the largest and most visited, while the North Unit offers a more remote and rugged experience. The Elkhorn Ranch Unit, the smallest, lets you explore Roosevelt's former ranch.
Welcome to home for the night. This video is brought to you by Moto Camp Nerd. If you plan on riding across the country, let Moto Camp Nerd be your all-in-one place to upgrade your gear for the trip. They specialize in carrying compact, high-quality gear that will fit on your bike and won't weigh you down. You'll find my favorite sleeping pad on there, as well as this lovely Gear Aid Baltic camp hatchet that I have become very fond of, among everything else you need to have a successful trip. They also have fantastic customer service, so if you ever have questions about weight or pack size of a particular product, you can shoot them a message and they're always happy to help. Visit motocampnerd.com by the link in my description to check out their selection. We are having tacos for dinner. However, there's a twist. They're pecan mushroom tacos. And before you're like, that's disgusting, Amanda, those are not tacos. Don't knock it till you try it, okay? Because I thought it was weird and then I tried it and it is delicious. But before we get very far, I need to soak the pecans so they get a little softer, get a little bit easier to cook. Yeah. This recipe will definitely be in the cookbook because I love them and they're super easy to make and take very minimal ingredients. And I think everything I bought today specifically to make these tacos was under $8. If you do want to try to make pecans on the road, either pre-pack like the exact amount of pecans that you need or skip the big bags of pecans and get the little packets of pecans that you can find in the baking aisle at most grocery stores, because this is like perfect. And then you can snack on the rest of them. All right, we're gonna put about a quarter cup of pecans in our cup and then soak them. I'm gonna set this aside. I'm gonna chop up some mushrooms, maybe go find where the bathroom is at this campground, and then come back and make tacos. The other big tip that I have for you for making any kind of tacos at camp is that you should prep all of your ingredients, including your toppings, before you cook the meat, quote unquote meat, the pecan and mushroom mixture, the textured vegetable protein, whatever you're gonna make tacos with. Prep all of your ingredients before you start cooking anything, because like once the meat or whatever your filling is done, the rest of the process goes really, really fast. So it's best for you if you prep all of your ingredients ahead of time. I also got the snack size of cheese is like a big solo traveler hack because I can chop this up, use it to top my tacos, not worry about carrying a big block of cheese with me. I've got the tomatoes that I have left over from my dinner yesterday. And I also got some cilantro because it's way easier to carry cilantro than lettuce on a bike when you're by yourself. And then of course I've got my mushrooms. I'm gonna chop up my mushrooms. Oh my God, horses. What? There's just horses, you guys. What? Where did you all come from? You're beautiful. Oh my God, this is so surreal. Wow, okay. All right, tomatoes are chopped, mushrooms are chopped, cheese is chopped up, cilantro is all separated, so it's easy just to sprinkle on. The only other thing that we need is to wait for the pecans to get just a little bit softer. We have soy sauce and we have taco seasoning that I pre-mixed when I was at home. You could also just as easily just buy a packet of taco seasoning and just use exactly what you need and seal it up in a Ziploc bag. Also totally okay. I knew I was gonna make these tacos, so I made taco seasoning myself at home. Oh, the other lovely thing about this recipe as a whole is that you don't actually have to cook any of this if you don't want to. You could literally season the mushrooms and the pecans as is, throw them in a taco, eat them that way. You could do this stoveless if you wanted to. I like warm things, so I will be cooking them, but I'm just saying. All right, we're losing the light, but the good news is that once we heat this up, it'll go really quick. We've drained the pecans. We're gonna dump them in with the mushrooms. We're gonna put some taco seasoning and the soy sauce in with the mushrooms and pecan mixture. And then we're gonna stir it all up until everything is coated in a good layer of taco seasoning and soy sauce. Very good. Finally getting to eat after taking all the pictures. Yes. Very happy. Good morning, beautiful people. It's 6 a.m. The sun hasn't even lit up my tent yet, but we gotta get moving because we have a long day. We have a little bit over 300 miles to do today, and I want to go to breakfast to this fancy little restaurant in Medora. So, in order to do that, we gotta pack up. So, here we go. Maybe one day in the future it'll take me less than an hour to get everything back on the bike, but today is not that day. So we're accepting our fate, and we're gonna get moving. All right, bike is packed up. Everything is cleaned out of my sight. We're gonna go and have breakfast now. Let's get on down the road, shall we? For a taste of Medora's unique charm, I decided to have breakfast at Theodore's Dining Room. It comes highly recommended. This elegant restaurant pays homage to the president's legacy, serving up refined cuisine with a Western flair. Their menu changes seasonally, ensuring you'll find the freshest local flavors, whether it's prime rib or wild-caught fish. Definitely add it to your must-visit list because the food was just as good as promised.
Well, that sounds pretty cool. Okay, I kind of wish I was there.
I had a lovely breakfast, but unfortunately when I came out and was packing up my gear, a man drove up and said some very rude things to me before driving off. I tried really hard to not let it ruin my day, but the negative interaction hung over me for the next few hours. At least until I spot a giant cow statue on a hill. I later found out her name is Salem Sue, a giant fiberglass Holstein cow sculpture located in New Salem, North Dakota, and she definitely brightened my mood. Continuing my search for giant statues, I made a pit stop at the world's largest buffalo, bison. In a little town outside of Fort Ransom State Park, I also saw a couple of cowboys and their horses sitting outside the bar. Mood officially lifted. Welcome to home for the night. Alrighty, we've made it to Fort Ransom State Park, and I took over a whole RV site, like pull-through RV site, because all the other like regular tent sites at this campground did not have power, and I need power tonight to charge my stuff. It feels kind of silly because like literally everybody around me has this big pull behind trailer, and I'm just this little motorcycle, and I'm gonna put up a tent. This little campground was a nice, cozy place to call home for the night. I made TVP tacos for dinner. The recipes in this video are all in my new cookbook, and you can find out more about that in the link in the description. TVP stands for textured vegetable protein, which is essentially soy protein. It rehydrates really quickly and absorbs flavors well, which makes it the perfect hamburger substitute for things like tacos and burritos. It is so much warmer in North Dakota than I thought it would be by now. It was like in the 70s all day. It was very pleasant. Even climbing into my tent tonight, I don't need all of the extra layers that I expected to have to wear right now. So that's super awesome. Yep. Cool. Bye. We are in North Dakota at the Fort Ransom State Park. It's a lovely little campground, and we have about 300 miles to do today. We're headed to a campground just outside of Minneapolis. You may be able to see the blurry outline of the beautiful Africa Twin behind me. So the first 2 cross-country trips that I did on my Honda CB500X. I'm so glad that I did it. I'm so glad that I took the opportunity that I had. I did what I could with it and the bike that I had, but I'm also incredibly thrilled to get the opportunity to do a cross-country trip on the Africa Twin. I will be rolling over 24,000 miles with her today, so that's super exciting. the difference between doing this trip on a 500cc motorcycle versus doing this trip on an 1100cc motorcycle has been insane. And it's only day 5. I think that's enough blabbering for me. I'm gonna eat my breakfast. I'll get everything packed on the bike and we're gonna head down the road. Goodbye, campsite. You were lovely. Here we go. Whew. Got a little warm. Which time did I just spend $5 on smoked Gouda specifically to eat it in this grocery store parking lot? Yes. Yes, I did. We are also officially in Wisconsin cheese territory. There was no Tillamook cheese at all in the grocery store. It was worth it. The other fun fact is that I bought this bison summer sausage at the Bison Museum. Welcome to home for the night. Welcome to the Bunker Hills campground. It's actually really, really nice. 2 things and 1 unexpected thing. First thing, there's power, which I'm really excited about. I was 50-50 on whether I was gonna have power, and I do, so that's super exciting. Exciting thing number 2, they haven't turned off the water here, and that is just, you have no idea how stoked I am right now because they turned off the water at Fort Ransom State Park before I got there, and I thought that I was gonna be able to shower there. I really need a shower now because the unexpected thing is that it was 93 degrees today. What the heck, Minnesota? It is October. What is this? I was riding through like 60 and like low 70s yesterday. Like, where did all this heat come from? I don't understand. Especially thinking that the first day of this trip, it was like in the 50s. Anyway, I'm stoked that there's a shower. Definitely gonna do that. I'm gonna set up my tent and get all that settled, go take a shower, and then cross my fingers that there is enough time to run into Minneapolis because I really, really want to eat at this ramen shop. Anyway, let's get camp set up so I can shower and then maybe have enough time to go have some ramen. Fingers crossed. Okay. All right, we have just enough time to ride into town to go get ramen, and it's getting dark already. Well, the sun's pretty much gone down, but I'm excited. I did manage to take my shower and get dressed in time to get my butt down to that ramen shop, and I'm so glad that I did. It was so therapeutic to sit and have a lovely bowl of ramen, and it was so good. And I got myself a couple of onigiri to take with me as little road snacks, and kind of decided just to like have a little nighttime ride around downtown Minneapolis, and I'm so glad I did. It was beautiful, and it was also a wonderful decision riding in downtown Minneapolis along the riverside at night when there isn't a ton of traffic was just such a pleasant experience, and it was beautiful. The bridges were all lit up, and it was a lovely evening, and I am so pleased. And now I'm back at my tent. I'm gonna get ready for bed, and I'll see you guys in the morning. Good morning, beautiful people. Did I wake up at 7 a.m., go to the bathroom, look around, be like, yeah, I'm gonna make breakfast, get back in my tent to put on clothes for the day and pack everything up, and then immediately lay down and just kind of scroll on my phone for like a full hour? Yes, I did. Do we have an hour before we have to be out of this campsite? Also yes. Well, good thing today is a short day. I think I originally only planned about 150 miles for today, and I just feel like I need a rest day, so I think we're just going to take it slow and easy. We'll get everything packed up and back on the bike. The great thing about today is that it is one of the few days on this trip that I do not have pre-booked accommodations for tonight, so we're packing now. It's happening. Nothing can replace the spark of joy of realizing that you don't have time to make breakfast and then remembering that you have onigiri that you got at the restaurant last night. I'm a very happy person right now. Whew. I got a late start. No one is surprised, but it's noon and I am sweating so bad, and I've been under the shade. I'm not ready to be in the sun yet. But we need to go somewhere. So that means we have to leave here. And I only have myself to blame that it's going to be during the hottest part of the day. I just wasn't prepared for this kind of heat, you guys. It's October. I can't get over it. It's October. Oh my gosh. Okay, goodbye campsite. You were lovely. I'm so grateful for the shower. Let's get out of here. I stopped in at this lovely little coffee shop. It's literally the Cannon and Bells coffee shop. Everybody there was so nice, and it was very refreshing after a few days of just being kind of rough. And I had a lovely spiced chai and a delicious grilled cheese sandwich with turkey. It was so good. And the bread was it was good. It was very good. All that to be said, I was supposed to buy a tank top today because it's stupid hot, and this is the only t-shirt that I brought. What did I do instead? I bought a cutting board. Because of course I did. But it's so nice. And some like 12-year-old made it, and it's so nice. That's it. That's the update. I bought a cutting board instead of a tank top. Seems worth it. Seems worth it.
The Great River River Road is a 3,000-mile scenic byway that follows the Mississippi River from Lake Itasca in Minnesota to the Gulf of Mexico. It's considered one of the longest and oldest national scenic byways in the United States. Maybe one day my sister and I will come back and do the whole thing.
Hello, Iowa. Another state down as the sun sets. Didn't know I would be crossing a state border today, but we ended up here and it was a wonderful ride down the Great River Road. And we get to scratch off another state on the map. Oh yeah. Well, we have made it to the town of Marquette, Iowa. I got this lovely room at the Frontier Motel for like $78. It's a Monday. I had a lovely second half of the day riding the Great River Road next to the Mississippi. That was very enjoyable, watching sunset on the Mississippi. Very nice. Very nice. Even the last stretch in the dark wasn't really that bad. This has set me up for excellent timing for tomorrow because you're going to think I'm crazy because I'm really excited about this, but I get to visit the largest truck stop in the world, or in the U.S. I don't know which one they claim. I think it's in the world. The Iowa 80 truck stop. I get to visit tomorrow, and I'm really excited about it. I'm sure you know, but a lot happens behind the scenes to make these videos and these trips happen, including keeping a lot of camera gear charged, but also a lot of planning ahead of time, which is made easier by today's sponsor, Onyx Off-Road. Onyx Off-Road is a navigation app that I use to plan and track this whole trip. It shows the property boundaries of public and private land. It also shows you highlighted routes with difficulty ratings and weather conditions for that area, which is super helpful when trying to find fun roads to do in a new area you've never been to before. I can organize all of my waypoints and tracks into folders so I can turn them on and off depending on which trip I'm planning. I'm also a big fan of being able to color code and change the icon for each waypoint and add notes. Onyx works whether you have service or not thanks to the offline maps feature. I also use the tracking feature to record everywhere I went on this trip. If you would like to give Onyx Off-Road a try, check the link in my description. Good morning, beautiful people. If you're currently in Iowa and we're headed south to see the world's largest truck stop, and I'm pretty excited about it. We've got the hotel room all packed up, and we're gonna hit the road because it's a little bit late. It's almost 11 now. I had to do a little bit of work this morning, but we're gonna get on down the road now. Let's go!
Effigy Mounds National Monument stands as a testament to the ingenuity and spirituality of ancient Native American cultures. This sacred site preserves over 200 prehistoric mounds, some shaped like bears, birds, or other animals, offering a glimpse into the lives and beliefs of the people who built them over 1,000 years ago. If you couldn't tell, my sister was pretty excited to be here. This truck stop is 225 acres, which is 3 times larger than the average truck stop. The retail building is nearly 100,000 square feet. It has enough room for 900 parking spots for trucks. It was built in 1964 and has been open 24/7 ever since.
No. Yep, that's about right. I have the bars right here.
Okay.
Grab hard parts, not plastic hot bags.
Yep. You know how to do it. You have to ready?
1, 2, 3. Yep. Keep going.
Covering my goal.
Keep going.
Damn, girl. Yeah, I made sure it was down.
Thank you.
Oh, not a problem. Are you okay?
Oh, I'm fine. Okay, good.
Yeah, anything.
Not the first time. Welcome to home for the night, you guys. This is the Galesburg KOA. I tried to find all the ingredients to make essentially parking lot wraps. Since the sun is going down, and I don't really want to stay up for a super long time cooking a meal right now because I still have to put up my tent, but I'm so hungry because I didn't eat a whole lot today. I'm just gonna make like parking lot wraps, improvised parking lot wraps, because the grocery store that I stopped at did not have spring roll wrappers. I knew that I was gonna run out of time when I was at the Iowa 80 truck stop because I spent so much time there. I just loved being there. So I knew that I was gonna make like a no-cook meal for dinner. So I stopped at this grocery store and they didn't have spring roll wrappers. So I just kind of grabbed some lettuce, a carrot, an avocado, and some salmon. And we're just gonna make do with what we got. Normally I would wrap all this up in a spring roll wrapper and it would be delicious, but we make do with what we got. A not quite ripe avocado, a lovely carrot that is delicious, and some lettuce that has seen better days. If you end up with an avocado that you thought was gonna be ripe, but actually wasn't quite as ripe as it looked on the outside, once you peel it, if you sprinkle it with some salt, it'll help it kind of soften a little bit and also just taste better in general. I've chopped all of my carrot pieces up into thin little strips. I'll put a little bit of salmon on top. I like getting the packets of salmon that are already like kind of flavored. So this one is like lemon and chive. That way I didn't have to buy a lemon too, but I have been known to do that and it is delicious. I was just being extra lazy. And then I'm gonna add some olive oil. Just wrap it up enough so that you can eat it. Ta-da! Yes.
smoke in my eyes. I can hear the wind chiming. It's always been you in the back of my mind.
Hello, Michigan. Little lighthouse. Outside of Baroda, Michigan, I stayed at a little hip camp on a vineyard that was owned by an older gentleman. When I got there, he greeted me and showed me where I was going to camp for the night, and it was very nice. And then we proceeded to have like a 3-hour-long conversation, which was probably one of the best conversations I've had with a stranger in a very, very long time. We talked about all things life and different perspectives. Really, it all boiled down to doing the most that we could with the time that we had left on this earth, and that life is beautiful and the earth is amazing and that we should cherish it while we're here. I know it's going to sound sappy and a little weird, but I really needed this conversation with this gentleman at this point in the trip. And it really just gave me faith in humanity again. Anyway, here is me eating some bread and jam that I got at farmer's market in the dark in my little campsite for the night. Good morning, beautiful people. If you're new here, my name is Amanda Zitto, and today is day 9 of my solo motorcycle trip across the U.S. I'm in Michigan, and it's raining. And it's not going to stop raining. And where I am going, it is raining. So we're going to take the day one step at a time, and we're going to get everything packed up and on the bike. Let's go.
Carefully closing the wings and presenting it back to her with his own 2 hands.
Awesome. Oh, all of this is wet. My nice host gave me a plastic bag for my hat because I can't find the normal one that I was using before, but I don't think she's going anywhere, and I've got a security strap in the back. It looks awful funny though. Everything else is on the bike. I just need to take down my tent now and strap that on the outside. I took down the body of the tent is down. I just need to take the rain shell and the ground sheet. This was such a lovely place though. I know that it doesn't look as nice because it's raining, but he's got like this little setup over here where you can make food, and there's a picnic table, and there's all kinds of tables and chairs, and there's a nice fire pit down here, and he's got firewood on the property you can buy, and there's little torches and then trash. This was just so lovely. The worst part about packing up the rain isn't even that my gear is wet. It's not that I'm gonna have to go to a hotel so I can dry everything out. And it's not that my glasses fog up. It's that inevitably my hands are wet. And then I have to try to put wet hands and gloves. That's the worst part, in my personal opinion. Everything else I could deal with. Trying to put wet hands and gloves, the worst. Dealing with wet hands that inevitably get like other gunk on them. I'm gonna have to start like carrying very thin waterproof gloves. I would normally say nitrile gloves, but I don't think that would work. quite as well because I think that I would poke holes in it. Oh, he did leave a dry spot. Look at that. The spot in which my tent was. Okay, let's get out of here. Go find a hotel and dry some stuff out. Yeah. Okay. The short road out of my campsite had become a slick, muddy mess, so I took my sweet time getting out and, without any mishaps, got back on the road. I rode slowly through the back roads to Adrian, Michigan. Due to the rain, I had to cancel my hip camp for the night because their property was flooded. Riding in the rain, while often viewed as an inconvenience, can be a profoundly grounding experience. The physical sensations of being cold and damp, the heightened awareness of the road surface, and the raw exposure to the elements strip away any barriers between you and the environment you're traveling through. You become acutely aware of the subtle changes in the terrain, the scent of the damp earth, and the sounds of the rain hitting your helmet. The immersion in the storm fosters a deeper appreciation for the place you're traveling through if you can take the time to absorb the change that the rain brings. Despite the discomfort, there's a raw vulnerability in the struggle, a reminder of our own resilience and our ability to persevere even amidst the storm. I had wanted to make a detour up to Holland, but due to the weather system that planned to stick around for a while, I decided to save it for another trip and move forward and hopefully out of the rain. There's so much I want to see and do in Michigan. I'll just have to make another trip in the future. Well, good morning, beautiful people, from Adrian, Michigan, and a very lovely Holiday Inn Express that was very nice and has allowed me to dry out most of my gear. I spent most of yesterday evening just drying out my camping gear, so the tent and my rain suit and all of that stuff has dried out. The stuff that was kind of damp that I thought would dry overnight, I didn't pay as much attention to. I just didn't have time, and those things are still a little bit damp. You can probably hear the hairdryer running in the background. But having an early hotel day was probably a good thing. It gave me a little bit of a break and, well, break in very loose terms. I did do a bunch of work that I had been putting off. I did go to bed pretty late though. And that seems to be a thing for me when I stay in hotels. I just have a harder time convincing myself to go to bed. And because of the big artificial lights, like, my brain isn't being triggered like, hey, it's dark, maybe you should just You should just crawl into bed now. So getting up this morning was kind of rough, but I went and had myself a lovely breakfast. It looks like, knock on wood, we should have a dry-ish ride today. I think it's definitely going to rain on me tomorrow, though. We found the weather. We've definitely found the weather. We're headed into Ohio today. I gotta get everything packed up, get the last bit of stuff that's damp kind of dried out, and then we'll hit the road. It's gonna be another short day today, which I'm excited about. Okay, let's get stuff dried out, get this hotel room packed up, and back on the bike. In the pursuit of making miles, we often overlook the smaller moments of the journey, like slow, deliberate breaks at small county parks. It is lunchtime, so we're gonna make my version of like a parking lot spring roll. There are so many different ways to make a spring roll. You can put pretty much any kind of filling in it that you would like. Today I've got some baby lettuce that I picked up at a farmer's market, some salad turnips, some carrots, and some lovely tuna. And of course, the spring roll wrappers. The only tricky part of making spring rolls is making sure you add just the right amount of water to your wrappers. You want to just dip it in the water to get it damp because the rice paper will continue to absorb the water. So if you soak the rice paper for too long, it will become a soggy mess and dissolve right onto your cutting board. I use one of my kitchen towels or a paper towel to make sure it doesn't stick to my cutting board. You can use tofu or whatever kind of protein you like, but when you're traveling, these flavored packets of tuna or salmon are very handy. And you can make a dipping sauce out of some peanut butter mixed with a little bit of water and soy sauce, or you can do like me and add your quote sauce inside the wrapper. We need fats to absorb nutrients in greens, so I always add olive oil, and then I add some red wine vinegar for a much needed hit of acid. Lemon juice or lime juice would also work wonderfully here. Well, welcome to Home for the Night, my lovely little hip camp outside of Sandusky, Ohio. This is so nice. You just get to pick your spot in the field wherever. We're right next to a nice big field of corn. There's the baby. Barn's behind me. It's so peaceful. I'm just like the most down-to-earth, chill people. I love hip camp for that reason. I suppose, I'll get the tent set up. Traveling across the country can be very expensive, and it was all thanks to sponsors like Moto Camp Nerd that I was able to do this trip at all. If you've ever been to an outdoor store and talked to someone who works there and told them you were looking for things to go camping on your motorcycle and you've seen their eyes glaze over, you'll be glad to know that everything on motocampnerd.com and in their brick and mortar store in North Carolina is curated specifically for motorcycle camping. And if you have any questions, they're happy to help you, including measuring things for you if you're concerned about it fitting in your bags. They are my favorite humans, so definitely check out what they have. You might be surprised. They also happen to have paperback copies of my book available to be shipped all over the US, so definitely go check them out. Link in the description. Turned out to be a lovely, slow-paced day, and I am very happy about it. I think I needed it. This little hip camp has also been a very pleasant surprise. I didn't expect there to be the most friendly kittens ever. I'm still pretty full from my late lunch, so I'm just gonna eat like a little bar, drink some more water, and go to bed, I think. I think it's supposed to piddle a little bit tonight, fingers crossed. Hopefully it won't be raining when I pack up tomorrow. Fingers crossed. It is getting a little chillier though. It was like 68 today, and I can definitely feel the chill drop. Because obviously I put my sweater back on, and I think I'm gonna wear my proper warm pajamas tonight. I think I found the fall weather that I was thinking this whole trip was going to be like. Anyway, if you've never used Hip Camp before, think like Airbnb but for camping. And most of the time it's small, like family farms, a couple vineyards, ranches, people who have a little bit of extra property so you can spend the night there. And I like it for that reason. And the nice thing about Hip Camp is that there are way more options that are available for tent campers as opposed to other options online like Harvest Host, which you kind of have to have a self-contained vehicle to participate in Harvest Host, which is kind of sad because I would love to participate in that, but they're not tent friendly. But there's a lot of hip camps that are, and you can filter the search for tent camp friendly places. I think as long as you read reviews, and get an idea of what to expect. I've had very pleasant experiences, but I do read all the reviews before I book a place. All right, I'll talk to you guys later. Well, good morning, beautiful people. We're gonna pack everything up and get headed on down the road. We're really not going very far today. We're staying at a K-Way outside of Cleveland, and while weekends are not my favorite time to travel because there are way more people out and about compared to the weekdays, The good thing about weekends is that farmers markets are open. So I'm hoping that we can find a farmers market that's open on our way to the KOA today. I do want to stop in Cleveland and just like have a look around, but we probably won't spend a lot of time there just by the nature of it being a weekend. Anyway, we should probably get packed up. Okay. One of my favorite things about farmers markets on the eastern half of the US is that most of them can be found on Google Maps with accurate times and locations. So I stopped at a farmers market to pick up some fresh ingredients for dinner before I explored a tiny slice of Cleveland. It didn't take very long, though, before I detoured straight to the Lakeview Cemetery, which is home to the Hazaret Angel, also known as the Angel of Death Victorious. It was commissioned by Francis Henry Hazaret, the owner of a canning company, after the death of his wife in 1919. The sculpture is striking on its own, even without any mysterious story about it. But perhaps because it is so striking and is one of the most visited gravesites in the cemetery, there have now been reports that it is haunted. Welcome to Home for the Night. We're at the Streetsboro Cleveland KOA. I was supposed to tent camp today, but the weather definitely said that it was supposed to rain. And I didn't really want to have to figure out a hotel to stay at tomorrow night to dry out my gear again. So I just booked a camping cabin. If you've never stayed at a camping cabin at a KOA, Most of the time it is a little bit more affordable than the local hotels, I have found, at least. Also, KOAs are slowly growing on me. And we have a little break in the weather for right now, so I'm going to get to making dinner and hopefully the weather holds out. Fingers crossed. I was able to stop at a farmer's market outside of Cleveland. I picked up all of the ingredients for this chili at that farmer's market. Even the lentils are like organic local lentils, which is so cool. One of the nice things about lentil chili is that it's very adaptable. For example, I couldn't find any celery at that farmer's market, but I found a celeriac root and it worked just as well. You just throw everything together and some spices and it's going to be incredibly warming and comforting, especially on a cold fall afternoon. Good morning, beautiful people, from my little cabin outside of Streetsboro, Ohio. Turns out my decision yesterday to upgrade from my tent site to a cabin was worth it because it rained all night. It's still kind of piddling, but it looks like it's going to slow down. The kicker is that it's going to be raining in Niagara Falls by the time that I get there. Luckily, past Amanda had the power of foresight and already booked a cabin in Niagara Falls because I knew that I was going to be really tired by the time that I got there and then it's going to be probably pretty late. Knowing me the way that I do, I knew that I was going to get a lot of late starts once I hit the Eastern time zone. And so I knew that today was going to be a late night, even though it's only like a 200-ish mile day, because I knew that I wasn't going to get out of here until 11, which is pretty darn accurate because it's like 10:30 right now. Mostly because I was trying to wait out the rain to see if it would slow down so I didn't have to pack up the bike in an absolute downpour. I've got everything kind of stacked up on the porch, so I'm going to put a rain jacket on and my pants and my boots, load the bike, do one last check of the cabin before I go turn in my key, and we'll get scooting on down the road. The exciting thing today is, one, I think I'm going to get to see a covered bridge today. There are so many covered bridges in Northeast Ohio, but I think I've just picked out one that I want to see and keep making miles, and then we're going to ride along the lakeside of Lake Erie, and that should be pretty. I don't know. We're going to experience it together, and then we'll get to Niagara Falls. If it's not raining too hard, I really wanted to go see the falls tonight, but I don't know if that's going to be possible with the prediction of the weather that's coming. So, yeah. Better get the bike packed up. I'm running out of time here. Goodbye, cute cabin. Now we get to go up this hill that does not look like a hill on camera, but it is definitely a hill with slippery leaves because they're wet. Okay, everything is fine. It's just fine. Just fine. Start the bike, Amanda. It'll be fine. Just like that. Totally fine. Yeah. Remember, eyes up, kids. Eyes up. Okay. Let's drop on this key and get on down the road. Man, this Kaylee is huge. Like, I should have asked if I could fly the drone so I could show you how huge this Kaylee is. It's massive. This lunch stop at Meters was a much-needed pit stop to warm up. It was a lovely little greasy spoon, complete with a waitress who called me hun, in the best way. The food gave me the energy I needed to make the last stretch to Buffalo. I don't know if I did it right, but I installed my little Easy Pass, so hopefully we can get over the toll bridge without any extra bills, I guess. Fingers crossed. Okay, just in case you couldn't quite follow my little rant there, I knew I was going to have to go through some toll roads on this trip to get to the places I wanted to visit. So I got an Easy Pass through the Maine Turnpike website and preloaded it before I left for this trip. Of course, I didn't need it until now, so I stopped at a gas station in Buffalo to install it before I crossed the toll bridge to get to my accommodations for the night. As someone who grew up in Montana that has 0 toll roads, the whole process was a little foreign to me. So for others who also find toll roads confusing, a bunch of the Northeast toll roads all share a shared Easy Pass system, so you can prepay on an account and you get a little device or a transponder that mounts to your windshield that is scanned when you go through the toll checks. There's quite a few of these toll roads that don't actually have a manned station anymore, so you couldn't pay in cash if you wanted to. As I understand it, if you don't have one of these, they scan your license plate and then they mail you a fine if you don't pay. Just know it worked and I didn't have any issues. Well, we made it. It rained pretty much all day. There was a handful of times where it kind of calmed down, but for the most part, it rained all day. I'm so grateful for my new one-piece Revit rain suit, and I'm super grateful for my new Revit heated gloves. Those gloves are life. I can't imagine life without them now. Yes. They're battery powered, so I don't have to be plugged into the bike, and they actually fit over my sleeves. I sometimes have a hell of a time finding gauntlet gloves that actually fit over my jacket sleeves. These ones do. I'm just so pleased that I have them, and I'm so thankful that I had them today. I think it was 47 degrees when I left my cabin this morning, and it did go up to 50-ish degrees, but didn't feel like it because the winds coming off of Lake Erie were so cold and so strong. There was a couple of times where I was like, oh, I might topple over, and taking what I think is called the Sky Bridge into Buffalo, maybe not my best idea. That was very sketchy. That was very, very sketchy. I love Buffalo though. All of the buildings were so cool. Yes. If the weather hadn't been horrendous, I would have stopped so much to get all of the pictures of the buildings in Buffalo, because the architecture was just gorgeous. Yes. It makes me want to come back to Buffalo when the weather is better and just hang out in town. There are very few cities I could say that I would want to return to just to hang out in town. But Buffalo is one of them. I would like to just hang out and look at all the pretty buildings and draw all of them. Anyway, it is still raining cats and dogs outside. So I'm gonna get my bed set up, wipe down the wet stuff, because I don't have a hairdryer here to do the drying for me. Maybe figure out what I'm gonna make for dinner. If I'm gonna make something for dinner. I did stop at that diner today and tried their lasagna, and that was very, very filling. So I might not really need to eat anything. I might snack on some of the veggies that I have. Depends on if we get a break in the weather, because you're not allowed to cook inside the cabins. And while there is a porch on this cabin, and I did ask if you could cook on it, and she said yes, the rain is coming in sideways. So the porch isn't really safe from the rain either. So anyway, I'm grateful to have a dry place to sleep, and I didn't have to set up my tent in this weather, because wow, this is woof. Yep. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. Good morning, beautiful people from Grand Island, New York. I'm at the little Niagara Falls KOA. Today we're gonna make a quick stop at Niagara Falls and then start heading further east into New York. I think I'm headed to Lake George today. It's gonna be a brisk one today. It's in the 40s right now, and I think it's gonna max probably hit 55 when I get to Lake George, but for the majority of the day it's gonna be in the 40s. And I'm layered up. I have a heated shirt underneath of most of my layers, and then I have heated gloves and heated grips and hippo hands. And I think I'm gonna wear my rain suit all day just as a wind blocker. I also put on 3 layers of socks today. So I have 2 liners and then a big heavy duty ski sock. Maybe my toes won't freeze today, fingers crossed. But we are doing better time-wise than we were doing yesterday, because I got up at a reasonable time. Well, because I went to bed at a reasonable time. I think it's about 9 o'clock now, which is much better than the 11 o'clock that I left yesterday. So I feel good about that. Yeah. Let's go. I was grateful to wake up with clear-ish skies for my visit to Niagara Falls. I will admit the better view is definitely on the Canada side. However, there's still no way to describe being able to get that close to a major landmark that is impossible to put its scale into perspective without being there. It's like saying you have to see the Grand Canyon in person to really understand the scale. It sounds cliche, but it's true. After staring at the falls for way too long, I grabbed a quick little lunch at the visitor center before I headed on down the road. My first proper experience on a toll road also meant that I got my first ever experience of a toll road service station, which is much fancier than the rest areas on the western half of the US. It made me think of those fancy highway rest areas in Japan that also have all kinds of little shops inside. Traveling the East Coast can be pretty expensive compared to other parts of the US. It can be really easy to find a lot of expensive things to do, especially if you Google the best things to do in New England in the fall, which is sure to show you a list of activities that all come with an entry fee. However, there's just as many free things to see, and the landscape in the countryside is beautiful and winding, and when you can get away from the main roads, it is just gorgeous. I do a lot of little things to try to save pennies here and there. One of them is that I use an app called Gas Buddy to try and find the cheapest gas stops, not Spawn. Yes, traveling on a motorcycle is already way cheaper than in a car, just thanks to the fuel mileage, but when you're on the road for a month, the difference in savings could be worth a few extra meals out when it's all said and done. I also use an app called Travel Spend to track every single purchase along the trip to make sure that I'm staying on budget. Well, we've made it home for the night, which is this lovely cabin at the Lake George KOA. Unfortunately, there's no heater. There's an air conditioner in the wall, but there's no heater. And it's 40 degrees. Yep. I'm gonna get the bike unpacked, put a new battery in my heated base layer, and get into my sleeping bag immediately. Good morning, beautiful people from our KOA outside of Lake George and our lovely little cabin here. We survived the night. It was cold, but we survived. I'm very grateful that I have that little heated sleeping pad liner. I'm very grateful for my rechargeable hand warmers and my down booties and my very warm sleeping bag and a good hat. All things that collectively make sleeping in the cold survivable. Once I got into the sleeping bag and got all cozied up, I was fine. I slept through the night. Everything was okay. It's just like the getting up and moving when it's 40 degrees. It's a little bit harder. I'm supposed to camp tonight. Will I succumb to weakness and just get a hotel room? We're going to find out together. I've decided that I'm going to make that decision when I get that far. If I get there and I can't feel my toes, we might get a hotel room. I'm not gonna lie. I made myself some tea. The exciting thing for today, though, is that we're gonna go through Vermont, and I'm gonna ride the Vermont 100 and go up to a little town called Stowe, and I am super excited about this. We're getting to the part of the trip that I planned this trip for, and I'm super excited about it. It's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a great day. Yeah! I'm finally kind of getting used to the Eastern time zone, so I got up at like 7 this morning. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's like 9:30 right now. I'm doing great. Everything is awesome. Let's hit the road. There are so many lovely curvy roads in New England that don't require any entry fee and also double as my favorite form of leaf peeping. The Vermont 100 is a moto classic according to this Butler map. You can actually find Butler maps on motocampnerd.com, who has kindly sponsored this video, which is how I was able to feed myself and pay for the gas on this trip. If you're unfamiliar with Butler maps, they are specialized motorcycle road maps that highlight the best routes in a particular state or region using a color-coded rating system, with the most exciting roads being marked as G1 and progressively lower ratings from there for less dramatic routes. They're also the company that prints the BDR maps. Moto Camp Nerd is a curated outdoor gear store online, and they have a brick-and-mortar location in North Carolina. They carry all the big brands we know and love, but you know it will pack well on your bike. They have incredible customer service, and you know that you're supporting a fellow motorcyclist when you buy your camping gear from them versus a big box store. They also sell the paperback copy of my cookbook, which is also available to be shipped anywhere in the US. Links in the description. After a lovely ride, I arrived in Stowe just around lunchtime, and there were quite a few people there, to nobody's surprise. Speaking of how I save money while I'm traveling like this, I do my best to make my own food for 2 out of the 3 meals a day, and I try, when I do eat out, to only eat out at lunchtime because it tends to be the cheapest meal of the day on most menus. I also try and pick out special restaurants before the trip, so when I do spend money eating out, it is a treat. I'm sure it goes without saying, but camping is the ultimate way to save money while traveling. Having good quality camping gear like what you can find on motocampnerd.com can save you money in the long run, so you don't have to stay at expensive hotels. My Exped Dura 8R sleeping pad has an R value of 8, which means it's going to keep me nice and insulated from the cold ground tonight when it drops down to the predicted temperature of about 20 degrees. This, in combo with a good sleeping bag and a good tent, is going to keep me warm and dry. And the more you use it, the more the cost per use goes down. If you're somebody who does math like that. Well, we have made it safe and sound to Twin Mountain, New Hampshire. I enjoyed Vermont very, very much today. I'm so glad that I did the Vermont 100 highway. That was awesome. I can't say that I would ever go back to Stowe, though. I equate Stowe, Vermont to what it's like driving through Jackson, Wyoming on a weekend. And today was like a Tuesday. I was supposed to eat at this little apple cider place that does like luncheonettes. And when I got there, the parking lot was just absolutely packed. I could see people through the windows packed in like sardines, and I couldn't bring myself to do that. So I found somewhere else to eat. Ended up at a little pizza place, but I had to drive through what I'm assuming is downtown Stowe, or a part of the town where there's only a stop sign, like a 3-way stop. So it took quite a while to get through to where I could eat lunch. So I didn't end up going to Smuggler's Notch, even though like I've heard wonderful things about that area and how pretty it is, just because I was anticipating if there was that many people in town just looking for food, how many people were probably at Smuggler's Notch and all of the little pullouts for hiking trails and those kinds of stuff along that area. So I skipped it. And riding along the Vermont 100 was so worth today. That road was beautiful. From Stowe, I just kind of hightailed it here to the campground. I expected there to be more in Twin Mountain, and maybe I'm missing where the rest of the town is. Normally when there's this amount of like inns and motels, there's at least some kind of little grocery store. There is no grocery store in this town. The gas station has a little sign that says groceries, but their idea of groceries is mac and cheese and some canned soup. So I had some doctored canned soup for dinner. I threw in a little bit extra pasta and some extra seasoning to make it good. But yeah, it wasn't really anything to document, especially because it is quite dark. I got here at like 6, found my campsite, went to the gas station to get my groceries and came back, set up my tent. It was already dark twilight by the time that I finished setting up my tent, and by the time that I started making dinner, it was dark. And all of my lights were dead, so those had to charge. But I would still say today was an excellent day. I'm gonna try and ride Mount Washington tomorrow, but we'll see how the weather holds. And the next day, I'm going to the tippy top of Maine to Highway 0, if the weather lets me. I think it might be a little bit lower than 44 now. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. I woke up bright and early to check the weather report for Mount Washington, but unfortunately, due to icy conditions, it wasn't open to motorcycles, so I opted to ride my backup option instead. Thankfully, the Kankamagus Highway was not as packed as everybody said it would be, although the pullouts definitely were. It was gorgeous and definitely worth the detour.
Ride 10 deep into town. Another night of setting up and breaking down. And if we leave here tonight, we'll be halfway to Barstow by daylight. I'll take the wheel if you start to yawn. Just keep to traveling on. Tap my weak and shaky knees. At least I can rest my mind. Find some comfort in those yellow and white lines. They've been there all along. Keep to traveling on.
After I crossed into Maine, I started seeing these styles of houses everywhere, where the main house and the barn were obviously built separately, and then a covered walkway attaches them, and I became obsessed. I love them so much. I learned later they're called connected farmsteads or a house barn, and I love them. I stopped for lunch at a little diner where the waitresses were super kind to me before I continued on down this lovely forest road in Maine. This is incredible. Look at it. I love Maine. Maine might be my new favorite state. No, I can't say that. I still love West Virginia and Montana more, but Maine is up there. This is incredible. Sometimes you have to weigh the pros and cons of budget versus comfort, and to a certain point, safety. Thanks to my past self's research and the average temperatures in Maine during October, I knew that by the time that I got here, the weather would probably not be a situation I really wanted to be in a tent for. And I was right. So I pre-booked hotels for the next 2 nights in Maine to get the best price, even though it was peak season. Seriously, I paid $129 because I booked ahead of time, and when I arrived, someone was booking the last room there for twice that. It was crazy. So yeah, it pays to plan ahead. Riding in New England in the fall might be cold, but it is beautiful. Seriously, look at this. Look at it. Okay, and a little foggy. After a cold morning, I stopped at another little diner for my lunch, and I couldn't decide whether I wanted the hash or the French toast, and the nicest waitress was like, why not both? And I was like, you are the best. New England, I love your waitstaff. They're amazing. After a very long, straight drive, I made it to Fort Kent, Maine, and America's first mile before I went and checked into my hotel in the rain to dry everything off. Good morning, beautiful people, from my hotel room here in Fort Kent, Maine, the home of America's First Mile and the start of US Highway 1. As you can probably see a little bit, there's chaos behind me, and we've got to get all of this put onto the bike and headed out of here. We're going to ride a small part of Highway 1, and we're headed to Bar Harbor today. Let's get packed up, shall we? US Route 1 is the longest north-south highway in the United States, as it runs 2,369 miles from Fort Kent, Maine, all the way down to Key West, Florida. The Pacific Coast Highway, for comparison, from Port Townsend, Washington to San Diego, California, is only 1,650 miles. The direct predecessor to US 1 was the Atlantic Highway, an auto trail established in 1911 as the Quebec-Miami International Highway. In 1915, it was renamed the Atlantic Highway, and the northern terminus was changed to Calais, Maine. US Route 1 is also home to the world's largest model of the solar system, stretching 40 miles from Presque Isle along Route 1 to Holton. I didn't manage to stop for every planet, but I got some. The other thing that I loved about Maine was the sheer amount of farm stands on the side of the road was incredible. Farmers markets and farm stands are my favorite way to find fresh produce while I'm traveling. It can be 50-50 whether it's cheaper than a chain grocery store sometimes, it is, sometimes it isn't. But it is much higher quality produce most of the time because it's picked when it's ripe and sold locally instead of being harvested before it's ready so it can survive being transported on trucks across the country to the grocery store. I didn't have a giant shoe tree with 150 shoes on it on my bingo card, but here we are. I do prefer to get to where I'm going before nightfall, but I can't deny riding at sunset definitely brings out all of the most beautiful colors. Like, just look at it. Oh my God. Well, we did get here after dark, which is how it be sometimes. But at least this KOA left me a heater, so I'm stoked about that. It's still pretty chilly though, so I think I'm just gonna crawl into bed. I'll see you guys in the morning. I think I am most grateful today for the fact that this cabin randomly had a Keurig in it and that there was an English breakfast pod. So when my alarm went off at 5 a.m., I could just like crawl to the end of the bed and turn on the Keurig and know that I was going to have a hot beverage. I'm up at this very dark hour of the morning because I have reservations to ride Cadillac Mountain in Acadia National Park. Unfortunately, the only open hours that I could do this ride and still get to my destination tonight was 8:30 a.m. It has been taking me like 2 hours to pack up the bike every morning. So we are up. We're up. We're consuming a hot beverage. We are being thankful for the tiny heater that they left me. When you book a KOA, there's a little box for requests. And I knew that it was going to be cold when I got this far on the trip, so I put in the little request box, please leave me a heater. So while it is tiny and doesn't actually heat this space, I am very grateful for it because it's allowed me to get circulation back in my hands. I think the main point of this monologue is that I'm grateful for warm things. I think the other important part of this monologue is to know that you do need reservations to drive up Cadillac Mountain in Acadia National Park. Yes, those are the important part. Those are the important parts. We should probably pack. Yeah. Yeah. Acadia National Park was the first national park east of the Mississippi. It was established with lands donated by citizens who wished to preserve scenic vistas, mountains, woodlands, and ocean shoreline for public enjoyment. Granite domed mountains and U-shaped valleys sculpted by glaciers thousands of years ago define the landscape. Tides and storm currents batter the shore, carving crevices and wearing down granite. While I was planning this trip, a ton of people told me that I had to stop at Red's Eats while I was in Maine. But when I got there, there was a line for the little food cart all the way around the block. So I went across the street to a place called Sprague's Lobster, and I'm really glad that I went. The wait was much shorter. It was still really good. I got a steamed lobster and some fries and a spiced chai, and I had to look up a YouTube video about how to eat a lobster. But it was a really, really nice stop. wanted to stop and actually document one of these service stations because I don't think my West Coast friends will believe me that this is what the inside of a rest area looks like on the East Coast. My last stop before getting to camp was this little grocery store called On the Vine, and it was incredible in there, and I bought way too many groceries, but the good part was that they had olive oil in bulk, and they let me refill my teeny tiny bottles before I headed off to camp in the dark. Well, it's like 8 o'clock. We are at camp. I'm very grateful for burnt denali lights because that made setting up camp way easier. It doesn't help that I spent a decent amount of time at the grocery store. I think it's called Ripe on the Vine. That place is dangerous. There were just so many things that I wanted I did not have room for. Still ended up buying way too much groceries for the space that I have. But the excellent news was that they had olive oil that you could refillable bottles with. So I was able to refill my olive oil, which was so nice. I also maybe spent a little bit too much money and bought some lobster meat. I'm gonna make like lobster cakes. They're not tails or anything, they're just kind of chopped up pieces of meat. My plan was to make crab cakes, but the only canned crab that they had there was like 3 times the size of what I needed to make what I'm going to be able to eat. And the guy behind the counter kept being like, oh no, but you can like make like 30 cakes and like save them and eat them later. And I'm like, I can't. I'm on a motorcycle. Today was a good day. Oh my God, and I rode Cadillac Mountain this morning. That feels like 3 days ago. I guess I have been up for well over 12 hours now. I dipped into Portland and saw the Portland Lighthouse. So now I can say that I've been in both Portlands. I can officially say that this was a Portland to Portland, even though I left Portland in the truck. I still traveled from Portland to Portland. I think it counts. Wow, a lot happened today. I should make food so that I can go to bed. It was during this prep process that I realized that I had no egg to bind my lobster cakes together. So yeah. Well, my lobster cakes are not so cakey. They're not holding their shape very well, and I think that's because I'm missing an egg. I try to compensate with more mayo, but it's not holding together. But it's still delicious, so I'm still gonna eat it. If I had some rice, would make like an excellent topping for rice, but for now I'm just gonna eat it as it is. Good morning from Bear Brook State Park. I believe I'm in New Hampshire, and I have been incredibly lazy this morning because I had a 2 a.m. visitor. Did I document it? No. But a skunk came to visit me. I did not get sprayed, thankfully, but he was just sniffing about trying to find food and woke me up. Before I actually opened my eyes, I had that weird sensation of like where your physical body can hear things outside. And so your dream immediately switches to like a sense of reality. And so in my dream, I very vividly opened the tent door and saw a raccoon and scared it off. And then I finally opened my actual eyes, realized I had not done that because that was a dream, opened the tent door, and the skunk had moved towards my bike. And of course, without my glasses, I couldn't quite tell what was happening. So I had grabbed my glasses and spotted the fact that it was actually a skunk snooting around trying to find food. Anyway, since I got up, shooed him away, and got back into my sleeping bag, it took me a while to go back to sleep. So when my alarms went off at 6 a.m. this morning, I was like, no. Now it is 8 a.m. Do I want to get moving right now? No, I do not. That laziness aside, it is a jam-packed day. I believe we have like 300 miles to do. Definitely probably going to end up at camp in the dark again. The problem with doing these trips in the spring and fall is that there's way less daylight to actually work with than what you would have to work with in the summertime. For example, in June, I did a little tour of Oregon. It was a job I did for Eastern Oregon's Tourism Board, and I was getting up when the sun was coming up at 5 a.m., and the sun was going down at 9 p.m. In contrast, right now, the sun is coming up at 7, barely, and the sun is going down at 6 p.m. That is a significantly less amount of daylight hours that I have to travel in. I'm procrastinating, if you couldn't tell. But we have places to go. Maybe a person to see. It's not getting any earlier. We're scratching off like 3 states today. That's huge. Oh, it's so cold. Okay, let's do this. I had a lot of plans for all of these little tiny states, but due to time constraints and the fact that I really needed to get to a place at a certain time on this trip, I didn't get to go do all the things that I had planned. So my big takeaway from Massachusetts is that it has lots of really lovely scenic byways. So Massachusetts, I promise to come back. My one stop in Rhode Island was this little Italian restaurant, which was incredible. When I walked in, I felt really out of place, and I asked the attendee if I was okay dressed in all my motorcycle gear, and he was like, "Oh yeah, you look great," and seated me immediately, like I was family. I had a wonderful waiter, and the food was so good. Two things. One, I'm officially in Rhode Island. Two, I just had a late lunch at Bella's restaurant, and oh my god, I didn't know that I needed pumpkin ravioli in my life, but it is life now. It was very loud in there because it's a Sunday, and all of the Italian families are out having lunch. Oh my god, it made my heart happy. Secret thing number 3 is that I was supposed to stay at a state park in New York that is about a 3-hour drive away, and if I add gas stops or whatever, I will probably end up there 4 to 5 hours from now, which would put me there at 8 p.m. Well after dark. And while I don't mind riding the dark for a while, I don't really want to ride for 2 hours in the dark. And my dear friend Lindsay, that I met at camera camp quite a few years ago now. Anyway, she lives in Connecticut, so she's gonna let me stay with her. So that cuts off like at least 2 hours from my trip. So I'll probably get to her house right when the sun's going down. So it'll be good. I'll have a warm place to sleep. So yes, that's my quick helmet cam update for you in the parking lot of one of the most wonderful Italian restaurants in Rhode Island. Now we're gonna leave Rhode Island and go to Connecticut. Okay, cool. Let's hit the road. I stayed with my friend Lindsay, who also has a channel here on YouTube where she does van adventures to national parks, and she's a wonderful filmmaker as well. We talked for an age, I took care of some work that I've been putting off, and I had a very restful night at her home. Not Lindsay just spoiling me like crazy, making me breakfast.
Got a big kitchen, I have to use it. It's the law.
Look at this! I'm so spoiled! Oops. Good morning, beautiful people from Connecticut. We're headed to go touch New Jersey and Delaware today. And unfortunately, my route's gonna take me real close to New York City, so it's gonna be a heavy traffic day. I think it's gonna be a heavy traffic day. I'm so grateful to Lindsay for letting me stay with her last night, and she made me breakfast. I did laundry, I took a nice shower. I was very spoiled. I had to document first. So I just had dinner at Mrs. Rubino's. It's been on my little want to go restaurant list on Google Maps for a while, and I had completely forgot why I had added it. Turns out that it was on Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. Anyway, I sat down, and the waitress, little old lady, came up and asked me what I wanted, and I was like, I don't know, I'm kind of torn between like the ravioli and like this and this and this, and she's like, okay, I got you, and she just leaves, and I'm like, okay, I'm having surprise for dinner. And she brought me out this giant plate of food. It was huge. I don't even remember everything that was on the plate. There was sausage and meatball, ravioli, spaghetti. The point being that it was a mass amount of food. And I just like laughed and said, thank you. And she said that there's people who come into the restaurant that don't even know what they're going to eat till they get there. And she just sees them and goes and orders them something. Anyway, now I'm stuffed and I have about, I don't know, like half hour to get from here in Delaware to the KOA that I'm staying at in Pennsylvania. I'm just grateful for my Denali lights, that's for sure. Yay! They left me a heater! Ooh, this one has stools. I like it. Welcome to my little KOA cabin outside of Philadelphia. I did get here after dark, unfortunately, so I'm excited to see what this place looks like in the daylight. It looked pretty coming in, so I can only imagine what it must look like in the light. I am grateful that I got to see a little glimpse of the New York City skyline today. I'm grateful that it was only a glimpse and I wasn't any closer. The skyline is way bigger than I think I had imagined it being. But also at the same time, I was grateful that I saw it from the distance that I did, because at the distance that I was at, the traffic was already, like, it wasn't horrendous, but it was bad, so I couldn't imagine being any closer to the downtown area of New York. Yeah, I just spent most of today on the highway, experienced the New Jersey Turnpike. Like, not a bad day overall. Tomorrow, I will be in Shenandoah, so that's pretty exciting. In the meantime, guys, I'll see you later. Good morning, beautiful people, from this KOA cabin outside of Philadelphia. I was nice and toasty last night because they very kindly left me a heater. Today we're headed to Shenandoah, and tomorrow we're headed to New River Gorge. I'm really, really excited to go back to West Virginia tomorrow. I've been trying to get back to West Virginia since I went there for the first time in 2020. There's something about it that just plucks my heartstrings, and I love it there. Anyway, we're mostly packed up. We're gonna make some cinnamon apples for breakfast and then get everything put back on the bike, and we'll hit the road. I'm excited for today. I think it's going to be good, especially once I drink my tea. I know all of the East Coasters are probably tired of me documenting these service stations by now, but for my fellow West Coast friends, this one straight up looked like a mall food court on the inside. And just like that, we went from Maryland to Virginia to Shenandoah National Park. I didn't realize that I got a pack in sight, but... And there's a deer down there. Well, we officially made it to my campsite for the night in Shenandoah. I am grateful they do have a bear box here so I can keep all of my food and stuff that smells like shampoo, all of those things in the bear box, not worry about animal visitors here. We're gonna make shakshuka for dinner. I know shakshuka is generally a breakfast thing, but I stopped at a little farm market on the way here and found this gorgeous tomato, and I still have a bell pepper from a market stop in Maine. I have this gorgeous sharp cheddar. I have some bread. I was like, it screams shakshuka. Then the dilemma for me was like, oh, I had to find an egg stand that's gonna sell me 2 eggs. It's a little tricky. Anyway, when I stopped at this farm market, there was another gal in the store, and I went up to her and I was like, can I ask you a question? She's like, okay. And I was like, do you eat eggs? She's like, yes. Do you need eggs? She's like, I guess. And I was like, I only need 2 eggs. Will you take the whole rest of the carton? And she's like, don't you want those? And I was like, I can't fit them on the bike, and my egg holders are only for 2. And she was like kind of confused for a minute. I was like, I'm on a motorcycle, it's okay. And she's like, do you want me to pay for the rest of it? I was like, no, I have to buy eggs. I want to give them to you. And she's like, she was so confused for a hot minute. And she's like, okay, thank you, honey. And I was like, you are welcome. And so I got the eggs that I needed without any fuss of trying to find somebody who will sell me 2 eggs. And I got the good feeling of giving somebody else food. And that's a good feeling. Yeah. I'm just happy to be in the Appalachians again. You know? It's just, it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. All right, we'll get the onion going. And with the shallots nice and translucent, we'll add the bell pepper, and we'll get our tomato chop and add that right in. I have this handy little egg holder that I carry with me on the bike. Ta-da! Crack those right in the center. Whoop! I got this sharp cheddar in Maine, so it's been a few days, but it's holding up great because it's been so cold. Small favors. Oh my god, it's smelling so good. Yes. I love shakshuka. I love tomatoes. I love shakshuka. It's like the best. I love tomatoes. I love eggs. It's so warming. It's so delicious. Smoked paprika is life. Yes. You know it's good when the food happy dance comes out. I think this is also the first time that I've gotten to camp before the sun went down in quite a few days. I feel like when you're traveling by yourself, you really have to take the wins where you can get them. I think that's why there's a ton of people who are like, you're happy all the time. And I'm like, I'm not happy all the time, but I try to appreciate the things that are going right when they're going right, no matter how small they are. And getting to camp before the sun goes down is like no small thing in my world right now. So I like to celebrate it, feel good about your small achievements. I feel it's kind of like a necessity for morale on trips that are this long. Because once you get past traveling for 1 week, past that 1 week, you get into the territory of having to take care of chores and do other stuff while you're on the road. And so it no longer just becomes a vacation, it becomes life at that point. And even when I'm home, you kind of have to take the small wins where you can. Yeah. I don't know where I was going with that. I hope you know what I meant. Good morning, beautiful people from my campsite in Shenandoah National Park. Small story time. I got up at 2 a.m. last night to go to the bathroom. It was dark. I was disoriented because I was tired, as you do. I fell over a rock and landed knuckles down instead of palm out, and I got a sliver in my knuckle. It was very painful. I figured it would slowly work its way out after I couldn't squeeze it out last night. And this morning I woke up and my knuckle was like so painful. This is so dumb. I can't. This is so dumb. I can't. Anyway, pulled out my first aid kit and couldn't get it out with tweezers. Tried to pry it out with a safety pin. Safety pin was too big. My first aid kit comes with a little lancet, and I'm so glad because the reason my knuckle hurt so bad because this sliver was like a barb that was in my knuckle. It doesn't look huge on camera, but like compared to my skin and everything, it was huge. It was massive. So that's my baby story for this morning. Carry a first aid kit. Make sure your first aid kit has like a sliver removing lancet in it. It seems so ridiculous. Anyway, I just killed a stupid amount of time dealing with that. So we're going to get everything packed up and get headed on down the road. We're going to West Virginia today, so I'm so excited about that. I've been trying to get back to West Virginia for years. But now we have to get everything packed up. Now that I've dealt with my sliver, I'm going to wipe this with another alcohol wipe and Band-Aid it too, to go along with all the rest of my Band-Aids. It's that part of the trip where I'm just covered in cuts and bruises. It just happens. Okay, let's get packed up. Goodbye, Loft Mountain Campground. Oh, also, I hit 28,000 miles. Okay, let's get going. I got to pet that puppy. I don't know if you can tell by the look on my face, but I was so stoked to be back in West Virginia. Not that I haven't said it a million times already. To celebrate, I stopped at the Wild Bean to get some chai and this incredible pumpkin pie bar. It was so good. Definitely coming back here before I headed on down the road to my camp for the night. made it to home for the night. The sun's not even down all the way. I think that according to photo pills, we have like 30 minutes before the sun goes down. And I was certain we were gonna get here after dark, especially after I flew the drone. But we're not. Look at this. There's still light. Some of you know I have anxiety. That's part of the reason I plan so thoroughly. It manages my what if thoughts and makes it possible for me to get past my driveway. Most of the time, I only have a couple of triggers. One is making sure I always have an exit, and the other is making sure I always have multiple backup plans, and when I run out of backup plans, it's not pleasant. For me, anxiety attacks feel like an all-encompassing, crushing weight. I can't breathe. I experience tunnel vision. My adrenaline spikes. All I want to do is run away and find a safe corner to hide until the threat passes. Maybe the worst part is that there is still a little voice in my head that is saying, this isn't rational. Stop it. You're acting like a crazy person. This is not convenient. We can't be doing this now. Counterintuitively, the more this little voice tries to tell me that I need to calm down, the longer and worse my anxiety attack is. Well, while I was setting up camp, I tried to find my Garmin inReach, and I couldn't find it. I started to freak out, so I took a break to make dinner. But when I was done and did a thorough search of everything I brought on the bike, every bag and pocket turned inside out, it was nowhere to be found. This realization triggered one of the worst anxiety attacks that I've had on the road in a very long time. I spent 3 hours trying to return to a stable headspace. It was rough. Hello. I got to camp, and I didn't think I would have service here, so I looked for my inReach. It's gone. My first thought was like, oh, maybe I buried it somewhere. I've torn apart all of my bags. It's nowhere. I called everywhere I've stayed for the last 5 days. Nobody's found it. Which just leaves that, like, either I dropped it or left it somewhere, which is a possibility, or somebody snatched it. So I have to buy a new one. Luckily, I'm not that far from Moto Camp Nerd's place, so I'm gonna go pick up another one tomorrow. And deal with my anxiety attack until then. Yep. Good morning. We have a long day ahead of us. We're gonna head to Moto Camp Nerd's brick and mortar store so we can buy a new inReach. And then we're gonna head towards the BMW Training Center in South Carolina because I wanna go train there this weekend. But we got a lot of miles ahead of us, so we gotta get up and moving. I know it's not super fun to hear about somebody else's anxiety attack, but I think it's important for transparency's sake that you know that I was 100% ready to throw everything back on the bike and ride home as fast as possible and just give up on the rest of the trip altogether. I didn't want to keep going. When I finally texted my family that I had lost the inReach and I wanted to come home, they very gently asked me if I had texted Ben to ask if he had any inReaches in stock for me to replace it. My brain had been in such a state of panic, I had not even considered, or it hadn't even occurred to me, that I could just replace the piece of gear. When I texted Ben, he was amazing and responded, of course, and that he would stay at the store until I got there so I could pick it up on my way to South Carolina and still make it to the BMW Center in time for training. Just having a plan and support had this mega calming effect on me. I could finally focus on my little tricks to come down from the attack. Everybody is different, so the things that help me might not help you if you also have anxiety while you're traveling, but I try to focus on my breathing, do box breaths. Washing my face with cold water really helps. Telling myself out loud what the plan is and that everything will be okay. Writing out step by step what I'm going to do next in the most baby steps possible. I'll also leave a few resources in the description if you also deal with anxiety while you travel that have helped me cope. I've arrived. Annual, look, it's Ben. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
This lovely human made it possible for me to get an NRH in the middle of my trip without having to go into an REI, so thank you.
You're welcome. I'm so glad you stopped by.
Yay! If you are in this area, definitely stop and check out the brick and mortar store. It is awesome, and this human is amazing.
Oh.
I mean, I preach your good things all the time. But.
Yeah, but...
The number one online resource for camping gear, especially if you're going to go motorcycle camping, because they understand the struggles.
The real life struggles. The
real life struggles of putting camping gear on a motorcycle that a big box store is not going to understand.
Absolutely.
So
We're here for you.
Yay! There'll be links in the description. Okay, bye! This looked like a really quick meeting, but I actually spent over an hour here talking to Ben, and I just want to express how grateful I am to know him and to get to work with Moto Camp Nerd, because I kind of glossed over all of this at the time because I didn't want to make a big deal out of it while it was all still very fresh. Anyway, not only did MotoCamp Nerd help me pay for this trip by sponsoring these videos, but also inadvertently helped me save the rest of this trip by being a wonderful, reassuring human. I rolled into the Airbnb I was going to stay at for the weekend in the dark and took some time to try to calm my nerves before training the next day at the BMW US Rider Academy. I'm here at the BMW Performance Center in South Carolina. I was invited here to get to experience the 2-day women's only off-road adventure rider foundations course that they host here on site. But there's a catch. Not only do I have to do this on a BMW R1250 GS that I've never ridden before, I also haven't ridden a motorcycle with a manual clutch in 2 years. Let me clarify a little bit. Many of you know I've been riding the Honda Africa Twin Adventure Sports ES DCT since 2022. DCT stands for dual clutch transmission, which means I have no clutch lever. I can still control what gear I'm in, but riding a DCT means I've adapted in other ways to do slow speed skills than you would use on a standard motorcycle. AKA, I'm a little out of practice, okay? Before we get started with my experience training though, I want to introduce you to one of my incredible instructors, Wendy.
Hi, my name is Wendy Nasons. I'm a certified instructor at the BMW US Riders Academy. We're located in Greer, South Carolina, which is just outside of Greenville. We're 10 minutes from the GSP airport, super convenient to get to. We have 137 acres, and it's kind of like Disneyland for motorcycles. It is so much fun. We have every off-road and on-road obstacle that you might come across. So I've been riding for about 15 years. I started in the city of Chicago, and I got in with a group of motorcyclists that were really passionate about continuing education, which I love. And you know, when you park your bike for a few months a year in the wintertime, it's a depreciating skill. You got to refresh it. So every spring we would take different training classes and things. So it was just natural that I came to the Performance Center. I took a women's only 1-day on-road, 1-day off-road class, and I was instantly hooked. The program director, Aaron Rankin, was teaching in that class that weekend. And so we met and started chatting, and he just invited me to come back as an instructor. I got to come on about 3 years ago. In December, it'll be 3 years, so.
All good training starts from the ground up. So we spent some time on the basics before we headed out to the practice area. My favorite part of training was actually warm-ups, kicking legs over the bikes while moving and doing that kind of stuff because it makes you feel like a gymnast.
One of the questions we get a lot about the Women's Only program is how the curriculum is different, and it's not. It's the same curriculum as the co-ed class. The only difference is in a co-ed class we would just demonstrate how to pick up your bike, and then you have a couple of days to practice. With the Women's Only program, we make that an actual exercise. So we gently lay every bike down, we teach you how to pick it up, and then we get you to a place where hopefully you can pick up your own motorcycle so that you feel more confident going out. If you're out riding, something happens, you're at the back of the pack or you're by yourself or whatever, and your bike tips over, you know you can take care of yourself. So that's really confidence inspiring for a lot of women. So we do add that in as an actual exercise.
The other element that struck me immediately about training here was the student-to-teacher ratio.
We have a minimum of 4 students per instructor ratio. So that's one of the unique things is we have smaller class sizes and we have a lot of instructors.
Which meant everyone received equal feedback all the time. So even when we were doing simple drills like braking practice, I always knew someone was watching me close enough to give me valuable feedback on every single pass, including the ones where I forgot to pull in the clutch. That clutch! Oh my god.
But the stop was great. Everything looked fantastic. Okay, no, that looked great.
Okay.
Does that feel okay?
Yeah.
Good with that? Okay, so add in the front this time.
And clutch? Did I do it correct?
You're doing it all correct. You're getting in the body position. Everything looks great. Vision's awesome. Vibe suit's good. So we're going to move you to Enduro Pro.
Yay! Can you tell I like praise?
Well, and clearly you've taken lessons before.
We covered a lot of ground in 2 days, including a few exercises that hadn't come up in any of my other experiences training, like whoops and riding through trenches and trail stops on hills. There you go. A little more.
Trial stops on the second and third one. Make sure you use your clutch this time.
Between drills and lunch breaks, we would go on mini trail rides so we could practice around more realistic obstacles like trees. It was a nice lower stress way to practice compared to the hyper-concentrated focus I get into when we do drills. So far, I felt really confident about my performance with all the things we were covering, and I was getting more comfortable on the big BMW. And the muscle memory from 10 plus years of riding a manual clutch came back to me after the end of the first day. It was all fun and games until we reached S-turns. I have a love-hate relationship with S-turns. Sometimes I can complete them and I feel amazing and like I can do anything, and sometimes I don't. The one thing that stays universal every time I practice this exercise, though, my thighs feel like they're on fire.
All right, so you're doing a really great job in that, but I wanted to give you a little bit of feedback.
What I want you to do as we're practicing throughout the day is over-exaggerate the rotation, including your shoulders, and then let the bike lean into the turn.
There's something extremely gratifying about successfully doing multiple drills of a skill that you've had a hard time with in the past. Even if my muscles were starting to feel a little fatigue, I felt very satisfied with my growth. That was until we practiced side mounts. Previously, I had done this perfectly fine on the first go just a few months ago. I had practiced on the ranch and still found this mount fairly simple and an exhilarating trick I could perform on cue. So imagine how shaken my confidence was when this happened. Okay, here we go. But
Yeah, the trick is once you start moving, just keep moving.
eyes up.
Keep moving. There you go. Go.
Yay! There you go. Ta-da!
I think some of the unique things that you're going to get at the Performance Center that you won't get anywhere else. One is that you get to use our motorcycle with zero financial liability. So literally, you can break your motorcycle. We will not bat an eyelash. A lot of people get really nervous, like, oh, they're going to give me the evil eye or something. That doesn't happen. You know, tip overs happen. We want you to just have a worry-free experience with the motorcycle so you can really test your skills. And if you tip over and you break your motorcycle, we'll just bring you another one. It's so great.
You already know how to do it. You just gotta trust it. Forward momentum's gonna give you the stability, so don't fight it.
Like, after a few tries, I got it, but I wasn't feeling super great anymore. Quite the opposite. I was tired, wrapped up in my negative thoughts, and we still had one more hurdle to do that I had been dreading all weekend. When I saw the gravel pit, I definitely anticipated eating it super hard. I was having flashbacks to Indian Pass in Southern California when I burnt the clutch in the Tiger. That's like a big flashback. I am not ready for this. My wrist hurts really bad. It's just really long and really deep. I am really worried that I think that I burnt my clutch. The last 100 feet or so, I had it like full on out and it was acting like it was half in. And all I could envision was burning my clutch out during that trip. The gravel pit may not look very big from your perspective, but sitting there at the foot of the pit trying to work yourself up to get across, it felt like it stretched out ahead of me a mile long. I put on a brave face, but internally I was screaming at myself. Why can't you do this? The instructors were incredibly patient while I went round after round trying to just get across the gravel pit successfully. My internal monologue was not very kind. When I finally got across successfully, I thought it was a fluke. I couldn't believe that just happened. So obviously, I did it again. And again. I felt relieved, elated, and I felt a small part of my confidence finally return. The number one thing that I want students to take away from the Performance Center is just more confidence, more tools in their tool belt. There are a lot of really great places that you can take training. I, of course, think that the U.S. Riders Academy is the best place because you're going to learn a lot of skills in a really safe and enriching environment. And I think the number one thing that I love seeing people walk away with is more confidence. So, after 3 days of pushing myself, learning from incredible instructors like Wendy, and battling my own internal doubts, I can honestly say the BMW Performance Center training was exactly the test that I needed. It wasn't always pretty, and there were definitely moments when I felt like I was wrestling a bear, but that's the beauty of it, right? It's in the moments of struggle, like in the gravel pit, that you truly discover what you're capable of. This experience wasn't just about skills on a bike, it was about pushing my limits and facing my fears, and proving to myself that I can overcome challenges even when they feel a mile long. A big thank you to the BMW Performance Center for inviting me out to do this training. If you are interested, here is Wendy to describe some of what they offer here.
We offer 1- and 2-day on-road and off-road courses. We have also a women's program that we do that is 1, 2, or 3 days. We also offer MSF, so the basic rider's course. We do private instruction, and we have private tours, which is really cool. So you just fly in with your gear, you use our bikes, we handle everything else. The nice thing with our group classes also, the motorcycle is included. It's zero financial liability. So you break your bike, we fix it for you. It's really nice.
Good morning, beautiful people from Greenville, South Carolina. Today we're headed to Kentucky. I had an incredible time at the BMW Performance Center and the US Riders Academy, and I wish that I could just turn around and take the intermediate training. But alas, we have miles to do and places to be, people to see, and we need to start heading home now. We're on the official turnaround point. We are headed west from here on out. Let's get on down the road. I immediately reached for a clutch that is not there on this motorcycle. Getting used to riding the Twin again after being on the GS for 3 days is going to be interesting. Here we go. Hi, big baby. After I crossed into Kentucky, I made a small detour to ride up to an overlook at the Cumberland Gap National Historic Park, and the view was very worth it. Good morning, beautiful people, from our chaotic hotel room outside of Cave City. We're just a few miles from Mammoth Cave National Park. I got up this morning, had my hotel breakfast, did a little bit of work on the laptop, and booked my tickets ahead of time to get to do one of the Mammoth Cave tours. I do have lots of miles to do today. However, when one is this close to Mammoth Cave, one does not pass it up. So I booked my little tickets. It is a longish tour. It's going to be 2 hours. Yes, I'm going to get out late. Yes, it means I'm going to have to do miles in the dark. However, sometimes we make sacrifices so we can see pretty things in caves. Yes. Okay, we're going to get all this stuff packed up onto the bike and get moving.
Mammoth Cave National Park. This 53,000-acre wooded park is home to the world's longest cave. A collapsed passageway forms the natural entrance to Mammoth Cave in south-central Kentucky. People probably first used this entrance as early as 10,000 years ago. Tradition holds that pioneer settler John Houchins rediscovered Mammoth Cave in 1798 while bear hunting. Guided tours have entered here at what is known as the historic entrance since 1816. A labyrinth of more than 360 explored and mapped miles, Mammoth Cave is the largest recorded cave system. It is internationally recognized as both a World Heritage Site and a Biosphere Reserve, and is a host to a broad diversity of species in a complex ecosystem. Mammoth Cave National Park, with 52,830 acres, was established in 1941 to preserve the cave system and the scenic valleys of the Green and Nolan rivers.
All right, just got out of Mammoth Cave. I did the Domes and Dripstones tour, which was neat because you got to see the frozen Niagara at the end, which was by far the best part of the whole tour. And I'm glad that I did it, and I'm glad I did one of the guided tours with the ranger and everything. My thoughts are that if you are interested in history like me, I kind of wish that I had taken one of the other tours that focuses more on the history of the cave. I think the Domes and Dungeons tour is great for children like under the age of 13 who are still learning about geology and physics and those kinds of things. It feels really weird to be rating a national park tour. I really enjoyed it. I'm still really glad that I was here. Just now, having done it, I wish that I had time or opted for the history-focused tour instead. Do with that what you will. We're headed to Illinois next. I really want to eat at this restaurant called the Hilltop Inn. I've been recommended this place a bunch. I have high expectations. We'll see how it goes. Let's hit the road, shall we? The Hilltop Inn is one of the few places in the U.S. you can get a very unique kind of sandwich made of pork brains. Initial impressions. It doesn't really have a strong flavor. If anything, it's closer to chicken than beef, I would say. I'm gonna add the pickles. It has like a spongy texture on the inside. It's interesting, not offensive. Probably if you think about it too much, but otherwise not really. You know how when you deep fry anything, it kind of loses the essential flavor there? Like deep fried fish doesn't really have its own flavor. It tastes like the breading that it's surrounded in. That's kind of what I would describe this as. From the Hilltop Inn, I made my way to my campsite in the dark. One of the reasons I like camping on long trips like this isn't just because it's more affordable than hotel rooms, but also because I sleep better in my tent with my gear that smells like me. It also helps that my sleeping bag and sleeping mat are comfortable too. If you also want to be able to recreate a safe, comfy space even when you're thousands of miles from home, I recommend checking out the gear on motocampnerd.com. Everything on the site is a high-quality, curated selection of gear that will fit on a motorcycle. Links for some of my favorite camping gear that I've used for the last 5 years are down in the description. Camp is set up. I'm gonna go to sleep now. Well, good morning, beautiful people. I believe it is day 29 of this solo motorcycle trip across the U.S. on the Africa Twin, and I'm officially ready to go home. But we're in Illinois, and there's a bit of space between us and Oregon, so we still have a ways to go. The other thing I wanted to bring up here is that I understand that a lot of you live on the East Coast of the United States, and I have been hearing about how disappointed people are that I just cut across their state, or all I could do was touch it. And unfortunately, that's kind of the way that it goes when you travel all the way across the US. You can really only pick and choose a few things to do in that amount of time. And this trip, I really only had a certain amount of time to work with because I have to get back to Oregon. I have to get back to Montana before the snow happens, and it's the end of October, and the likelihood that I'm going to hit snow in Wyoming is very high. And yeah, even if I didn't do this trip in the fall and wasn't dealing with the weather window on the tail end of my trip, you can only do so much when you cross the country, and unless you decide to live off of your motorcycle full time. Because this trip is a little bit over a month, it sounds really ridiculous to say that I prioritized a handful of experiences that I wanted to have, and not I'm gonna do one big thing every single day. It's just not sustainable. You run out of energy really quickly. Anyway, that was more information than you probably wanted to hear. Speaking of things that I prioritized for this trip, I'm headed to Cahokia today, which I'm super, super excited about. So we're gonna get everything packed up. We have a short-ish day today, so I've been able to spend a little bit more time at camp this morning than I normally get. And we're gonna get going. Yeah! Goodbye, nice little campsite. Let's hit the road. Unfortunately, the interpretive center was closed for renovations when I came through, but it was still super surreal to be at the site of one of the largest pre-colonial cities in North America. Cahokia Mounds is a state historic site as well as a UNESCO World Heritage Site that protects the remains of the most sophisticated prehistoric native civilization north of Mexico. It covered an area of 6 square miles, including at least 120 mounds of different sizes and functions. It was occupied from 700 AD to around 1350. At least 5 large post-circle monuments were built at this location. The sun lines up with certain posts on the perimeter during the winter and summer solstices. Families lived in pole and thatch houses around the mounds. Ceremonial buildings and the homes of elites stood on top of the many platformed mounds. Good morning, beautiful people, at our KOA cabin. I believe we're at the St. Louis West / Route 66 KOA. I had a lovely stay here last night, and we're going to follow a little bit of Route 66 today. cue Editing Amanda to give you a little bit more information about the historic Route 66 while I pack up and get ready to head out.
Route 66 was the iconic route from Chicago to Santa Monica, California. It's known as the Mother Road and is 2,448 miles long. The road runs through 8 states and 3 time zones. Despite being decommissioned in 1985, after I-40 bypassed the last section of highway in 1984, it has been immortalized as the classic American road trip by books, music, and movies. During the 1930s, it was the primary route for the migration of farm workers from the Midwest to California.
I stopped and had lunch at this lovely diner where the waitress called me hun, and I wasn't mad about it. Also, I saw the square body and I had to stop and document it. It was important. One of the more well-known Route 66 attractions is Gary's Gay Parita, where I stopped to just get a few photos, but I ended up staying there for a couple of hours talking to the owner. He was the sweetest man. After our conversation about life, he gave me a list of some other Route 66 attractions that were on my way to my Airbnb for the night that I didn't have on my list. This might have been my most favorite stop. In 1925, Sidney Casey walked 55 miles to purchase the town of Spencer for $500. From 1926 until 1928, he constructed a general store, service station, cafe, and barber shop. Spencer was bypassed by Interstate 44 in 1961. All right, we stopped at Spencer Station, Missouri. Next on my cheat sheet is Lottie's. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be closed by the time I get there, but I'm going to go give it a look anyway. Lottie's was indeed closed, so I moved on to the next place on my list, Red Oak 2, which did not disappoint. Especially at sunset, the place looked amazing. This little town was created by artist Lowell Davis. He was born and raised 20 miles north of Carthage, Missouri, in a town known as Red Oak. After becoming an adult, Davis left Red Oak, and when he returned to his hometown after a number of years, he discovered it had become a ghost town. He bought buildings from Red Oak and moved them to his family's land in Carthage and gave them new life. Well, we have made it to my lovely little Airbnb here in Webb City, Missouri. It's a tiny house, so I have it all to myself. There's the bed and the living room and a full kitchen, sink, fridge, stove. Had I thought ahead of time, I would have got some stuff and I would have roasted some potatoes in the oven. And then the bathroom is behind me, and we're making some pesto pasta for dinner because I had some bits left over from my dinner last night. So it's just an easy, I already have the groceries, didn't have to go to the store. We're just going to have that. I also need to finish up that jar of pesto anyway because it's going to go bad tomorrow. When I rolled up and was unloading the bike, this gray little kitten came out of the woodwork and greeted me and hung out with me on the porch for a while. So that was a lovely welcome. And I just had the nicest time on Route 66 today. I did have to slog some freeway miles, but when I got off to go to Gary's Gay Burrito, which is probably the highlight of my day right now, because I had the longest but nicest conversation with the gentleman who runs that place with his wife, and it was exactly what I needed. It was very nice. And then he gave me this wonderful list of other places to go to. It was so kind of him. And it was just my favorite part of the day. And now I'm gonna make dinner and take a shower and enjoy being in a tiny house for the night. Oh my god, it's so nice to be on a couch. Look at me eating out a bowl instead of my pot like a normal human. Weird. Good morning, beautiful people, from our little Airbnb in Webb City, Missouri, or should I say Missouri, as another gentleman called it yesterday that I was speaking to. We got almost everything packed on the bike. We just have a little bit left to go and put gear on. I was checking the weather to see how many layers I should put on because it's very humid and warm here. However, we're headed to Kansas today, which is the second to last state that I have to hit in order to have visited all of the states in the lower 48, so we're super close to my goal. However, it's snowing in Montana. When I checked the weather for Kansas, which is where I'm going, there's a freeze warning. Yep. Here we go. All right, everything is packed. We'll see if that's rain or just overcast. We're a little bit farther into Kansas now, and it has officially dropped 20 degrees from what it was when I left the Airbnb just not even a whole hour ago. So we're gonna put our layers on now. My introduction to Kansas was a little gray, a bit rainy, and a little cold, but I did find some good food. It also had the benefit of being a warm escape from the weather. Oh, and I also rolled over 30,000 miles on the Africa Twin. It seemed fitting that this happened in the absolute middle of nowhere. Look, this one has a barbecue and everything attached to it. Fancy. Cute. Ooh, like a full-on door in this one. An outdoor fridge. Ooh. Oh my god, and the heat. Wow. Not gonna lie. Pretty. Probably the fanciest KOA cabin I've stayed in this whole trip. With built-in heat and all the decorations, proper lighting. I approve, Kansas. Well done. Editing Amanda here to say this is still the best KOA that I have ever stayed at. Still 10 out of 10. Highly recommend. After I made dinner, I got nice and cozy in my super warm cabin. I had no idea the next day was going to be one of the coldest of this entire trip. But that is a story for next time. Good morning, beautiful people, from our little KOA cabin in Salina, Kansas. Woke up this morning and it was very, very cold. Dragged myself out of bed, turned the heater back on because I didn't realize that it was auto set to turn off at 11 p.m. last night. And went to the bathroom and came back and looked up what the temperature was here.
The current temperature in Municipio de Elm Creek is 31 degrees. Due to current wind conditions, it feels like it's 21.
Yep. It is October 28th, 2023. It's cold. We're getting to the part of the trip that's going to be the real challenge. Rain, I can do. 40 degrees in rain, I can totally do. 31 degrees, and then with wind chill, 21. Yeah. There's no snow out there right now, which I guess is a blessing. It is currently snowing in Montana. My mom has very graciously sent us this lovely clip of what the ranch looks like right now. And I have to go there. So this is part of the trip where I say that I was expecting this and that I did make a backup plan for myself for this. This is why I drove my truck from Portland, Oregon to the ranch in Montana. So if and when I hit snow and ice and could no longer go any further, my dad can come and rescue me with a trailer. It is still my goal to get as far as I can, and it is still my goal to cross the border into Nebraska on my motorcycle so that I can say that I have visited all of the states in the lower 48 on a bike, because that was the whole goal of this particular trip for me, was to just visit all of the rest of the states in the lower 48 that I hadn't been to on a motorcycle yet. And once I get to Nebraska, I will have completed that goal. We will not be hitting Nebraska today. We're headed to Goodland, Kansas, which is where the next KOA that I had pre-booked is. After tonight, I no longer have pre-reservations, which means I'll have a little bit more wiggle room in how I proceed going further, which will be great. What is the temperature in Goodland, Kansas today?
Today in Goodland, expect a high of 33 and a low of 22.
It's gonna be a cold day. Everything is fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. I asked for this. I have no one to complain to but myself. It's 11:48 now. The bike is packed. I asked for a late checkout because I was hoping it would get a little warmer before I left. It is 33 degrees right now. My cheeks are already frozen. I've got toe warmers in my boots. I already have the heated shirt going. Hyping myself up. Everything's gonna be okay. And as I was getting ready to get going, the little gal came around to check on me, to ask me where I was going, and she was very concerned about my safety because she said that this afternoon they're supposed to get sleet and freezing rain. It's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. It's not gonna get any better, so we might as well get moving. It became routine to ride for about 40 minutes, stop at the next town, hop around to get my heart pumping to warm up my extremities, and then move on to the next town and do it all over again. Even with the heated shirt, gloves, grips, hand covers, once it got below 38 and subtracted wind chill, all the gear really wasn't doing a whole lot anymore. I was seriously pushing my personal limits riding in these conditions. There's a chart that most motorcyclists find when they first start riding. It shows what the wind chill is based on your riding speed, cross-referenced with the ambient air temperature. I was averaging around 65 miles per hour when I was on pavement, and at 36 degrees, that made it feel roughly 17 degrees on the bike. So yeah, I was cold. Honestly, my mind was not on doing any kind of sightseeing. I was really thinking about the warm cabin that I was going to stay in that night. But I used part of my willpower to still make the detour to see Monument Rocks. This is a series of large chalk formations that seem completely out of place in the landscape of Kansas. The more surprising element to me is that this isn't a state park. It is a national natural landmark, but it's on private property. The owners graciously allow any and all to come and visit the landmark. Visitor hours are sunrise to sunset, and a sign located near the formation asks visitors to not climb or do anything near the rocks that could damage them for future visitors. Monument Rocks is actually one of the 8 wonders of Kansas. Oh, and there's a heater, thank God. Okay, we did it. We made it to the KOA in Goodland. Fun fact. Are you ready for this?
The temperature in Goodland right now is 26 degrees. Due to current wind conditions, it feels like it's 15.
Yep. Insane. I'm dumb. Oh, but thankfully they left me a heater, which was very nice. Just very nice of them. I don't know what I would have done if I had gotten here and there wasn't a heater, but I don't have to worry about that because there is one. Oh. Yep, I'm gonna get feeling back in my toes, and I'll see you in the morning.
There will be snow with a high of 35 and a low of 13. Right now it's 23 with light snow.
Good morning, beautiful people, from my KOA cabin in Goodland, Kansas. Remember how I said that they were expecting some weather? Let's look out the door together, shall we? I don't know what my brain envisioned when the weather said that it was snowing, but it was not that. So I walked to the bathroom and then to the main office so that I could get some hot water for tea. And the gal was like, "You are so brave." And I was like, or dumb. And she was very kind and gracious. She's like, no, just brave. And I was like, okay, you're nice. I believe I am the only camper here. And this campground shuts down in 3 days. The gal is incredibly kind and has gone to Walmart to get me 2 gallons of water because all the pumps here have been shut off. So nice. And they also let me take the kettle from the office back to my cabin so I could make myself oatmeal and tea. The sweetest human beings, the sweetest. Not a bad place to be stuck. I'm cozy. I have tea. I've got a kettle. She's gonna bring me chai. I am perfectly happy to be stuck here for the day. She's just been incredibly nice. And she's like, I don't want you out on the road, so you call me if you need something. And I was like, you're really nice. I don't think that I could get my bike to the road right now because I'm pretty sure the moisture underneath all this snow is frozen. So I'm very, very grateful for the kind humans who run this KOA. And I'm just gonna catch up on some work, back up some SD cards, and take this as my sign from the universe that it is a rest day. Hopefully, fingers crossed, the weather looks like it should warm up enough to melt off the snow tomorrow, and if not, I'll be here until they kick me out. Would I like to make it back to the ranch under my own power? Absolutely. Is that safe at this moment in time? Probably not. I've been watching the traffic cameras and the DOT website for Wyoming, and there are sections of I-80 west of Cheyenne that have been shut down a couple of times due to either icy conditions or blowover risk for semi-trucks. And while I am willing to deal with wind conditions, I am not willing to take the motorcycle to a place where ice warning is a part of the forecast. Anyway, I'm just gonna have a lazy day here in the cabin. Maybe not lazy day, maybe we'll call it my catch-up day. So the really nice lady who runs this KOA just brought me chili that her husband made, and I've got like a real spoon, and she brought me cheese and oyster crackers and a cinnamon roll for dessert, and she brought me cookies. I am the most spoiled human ever to stay at a KOA. I'm gonna eat dinner now. Good morning, beautiful people, from my cabin in Goodland, Kansas. The snow has melted. It is still very cold. However, it's supposed to get warmer. And it's going to be sunny all day. And if you're standing in the sun in proper layers, it really isn't that bad. At least that's what I'm going to make myself believe. So I'm slowly cleaning up my star fishing that happened in the cabin while I was here all day yesterday. I said goodbye to my incredible hosts here. So grateful for the nicest human beings who run this KOA in Goodland. And I'm gonna pack everything up. We're gonna go find ourselves a chai, and then we're gonna head towards Nebraska. Man, it is wild how hot 40 degrees feels when it's been in the 20s last 2 days. So we're gonna get moving. The incredibly kind hosts of the Goodland KOA told me about the Rickaree Breaks. They're an unexpected strip of ravines and canyons in the northwestern tip of Kansas that stand out in sharp contrast to the surrounding plains. Then, just like that, the finish line for the goal I've been working towards for the last 5 years was right in front of me. Before we celebrate, though, I want to zoom out and give you a little context behind my goal to visit every state in the U.S. The OGs out there might remember in 2018, I went to Baja, Mexico with a few of my coworkers. The experience was simultaneously the best and worst, all at the same time. On one hand, I learned that my anxiety was a lot harder to manage while traveling in such a large group of people, which wasn't a fun lesson to learn. On the other hand, it was my first experience outside the US. The people were incredible. Everyone we interacted with was so kind. I remember that almost every interaction I had with a local included them asking a few questions about the US, and it really revealed to me how little I really knew about my own country. I felt like I wasn't being a good ambassador for my home. After I came back from that trip, I decided I didn't want to do any more international travel until I had visited more of the US. It took me a little while to save enough money to do the first big cross-country trip in 2020, but I made it happen with the time that I had. Then the second one in 2022, and finishing off with this trip in 2023. I am so proud of the amount of miles I've covered in this country. The U.S. is filled with some of the most varied and spectacular landscapes. We are so spoiled for choice of incredible places to visit, and we don't even have to cross an international border to get there. If you take one thing away from all of these videos, I hope it is to inspire you to spend more time exploring your country. This is it, you guys. I have officially made it to Nebraska, which means that I have visited all of the states in the lower 48 on a motorcycle. I can't. I did it! All there's left to do now is Alaska. But before we can think about Alaska, I need to get home safely. So the goal from here is to get across Nebraska to probably Torrington, Wyoming, where I'm gonna call my dad and my brother to come and get me. As far as I'm concerned, I did what I set out to do, so I will not be shamed for calling in backup to come and get me, so I don't have to go over any passes that may be slick or there might be ice. I did it! Fresh off of the high of completing a goal that I've worked so long to achieve, I celebrated with an expensive room that was nice and toasty.
It'll be sunny with a high of 40 and a low of 20. Currently it's 20 and sunny.
The morning of day 35, I was met with more very cold weather. So I spent a good part of my morning checking traffic cameras to ensure my route would be clear before I bundled up and hit the road on the Oregon Trail.
The Oregon Trail is another iconic cross-country route, with routes much older than Route 66. In 1800, America's western border only reached as far as the Mississippi River. After the Louisiana Purchase and the Corps of Discovery, the country nearly doubled in size. The wilderness known as Oregon country still belonged to the British. This didn't stop thousands of immigrants being drawn across the country in 1843 by the promise of cheap land and a new beginning. This mass migration also resulted in the British ceding Oregon country to the United States in 1846. The Oregon Trail that most Americans are familiar with started in St. Louis and crossed the plains to South Pass in Wyoming. From there it continued on to Oregon. There was a point in southwest Wyoming which was known as the Parting of the Ways, where some immigrants continued on to California, and then the Mormon Trail that led families with handcarts to Utah. Diaries from the crossing marked iconic landmarks along the route, which they kept note of to send back to family members who would also attempt the trail after them. One of these landmarks was Chimney Rock, which is visible for miles. This natural feature was a grand and splendid object to immigrants who had never seen the geology of the American West. It was also mentioned in more immigrant diaries than any other landmark on the Oregon Trail. Landmarks like this and Independence Rock were not only waypoints along the route, they also signaled to immigrants if they were keeping pace to cross the Rockies and get to their destination before the winter snows hit.
Didn't see longhorns the whole time I was in Texas. Evidently longhorns are in Nebraska.
Scotts Bluff, towering 800 feet above the northern Platte River, has served as a landmark for Native people, fur trappers and traders, and the subsequent westbound immigrants of the Oregon Trail. Scotts Bluff National Monument was established in 1919 and preserves the stories of these diverse groups of people, along with unique geology, rich paleontological resources, and plant and animal life typical of the western Great Plains.
The days just kind of started blending together. I would wake up, pack the bike, get on the road, stop at a couple of landmarks, take some pictures while I tried to warm up so I could feel my toes again, get back on the road, stop at the next waypoint, and absorb some history while I absorbed the sun.
Register Cliff, near present Guernsey, Wyoming, is one of 3 large registers of the desert. Many of the inscriptions are from the peak years of Oregon Trail travel in the 1840s and 1850s. The area close to Register Cliff was the First Knights Camp west of Fort Laramie. The ruts just a few miles from Register Cliff are stark evidence of the amount of traffic that crossed the plains. The ruts are carved 2 to 6 feet deep in a sandstone ridge.
This day between Torrington and Casper, I realized that this would be my last day on the bike on this trip, and I went through it in kind of a daze.
Leave open the gate, don't turn off the light, I'm coming home.
Good morning from day 37 of my trip across the US, except today we are no longer solo. Due to road conditions in Montana, my lovely brother and my dad have come to get me from Casper, so the twin is loaded up in the trailer and we're headed back to the ranch.
Dad and I drove straight through from the ranch to Casper to rescue Amanda from the icy road conditions she would have met heading north. See, I do make an appearance in this series.
This was not the way I envisioned this trip coming to an end, but it's definitely a backup option I had prepared for back at the beginning when I drove my truck from Portland to Montana in anticipation of maybe not being able to make it on this last leg. Very few trips happen the way you plan, but I think that's part of the reason they're so invigorating. It pulls you out of your comfort bubble and you're forced to adapt, make sacrifices, and endure what the road throws at you. It wasn't perfect. I didn't get to see everything I wanted to see, but I took the opportunity I had and I did what I could with it. It will never be perfect timing. It will never work out just right, but we have a very small window to do the things that we want to do. So, get out and do the thing. To my incredible end screen crew, you guys are the reason I keep doing this. Thank you all so much for your support of the series. I love you all so much. Question for my end screen crew. Tell me one place you're headed to this year that you have never been to before. I'll see you guys later.
No matter the rain, no matter the storm, I'm coming home. Oh, I'm coming home. Leave open the gate, don't turn off the light. I'm coming home. I'm coming home.
Now, all that's left is Alaska.